For a long time, we've dreamed of making a pilgrimage north, to a part of the country that has captivated our imagination for as long as we could point to it on a map. We thought this trip would have come sooner, but the last year has been weird and filled with a lot of changed plans. I wish I could tell you we felt ready for this grand journey. Don't get me wrong, we really wanted this, but we hardly felt mentally prepared for it. We hadn't even had enough time to think about Alaska, let alone get excited about it. With that came a lot of guilt. We set about going through the motions of last-minute errands, packing, and cramming in a little bit more work. Finally, with all the work done, we went out to enjoy our final sunset in the lower 48 for the duration of the summer. In less than 12 hours, this body of water would carry us north, and for the first time, our imminent plans had our undivided attention. Finally, the feeling of excitement was palpable. Yes.
Let's go to Alaska. Got our boarding passes. Let's go get on the boat.
You did it.
That was the hardest part.
With tickets in hand, we took our place in line and anxiously awaited to board the Matanuska.
Okay. I am on the boat. I am trying to go secure a spot on deck for us to camp, and I have no idea where I'm going. Up is where I'm going.
While I was on the boat securing our camp spot, Owen drove Roxanne onto the ferry where she would live below deck for the duration of our passage. With the spot picked out, I went about the surprisingly challenging job of setting up our minimalist backpacking tent in the wind. Let's just say that the tent was less than cooperative.
Yeah, we're gonna use a lot of tape.
It's recommended that tents be taped to the deck so they don't blow overboard. However, the deck was hot, so hot that it was burning my butt through my pants and melting the adhesive of the tape. An hour, and nearly an entire roll of tape later, I wrestled our tent to the deck. At first, I was a little embarrassed at how overboard I went with my tape job, but later I ended up getting a lot of compliments on my ingenuity. So I recant my embarrassment, and now I'm pretty proud of my handiwork. Shortly after we completed the assembly of our temporary home, the Matanuska cast off and our journey was officially underway. Back on deck, after an exciting meal of ramen, we settled into what would become our routine for the next 2 days and 12 hours. This is gonna be such a nice photo. Our passage on the Alaska Marine Highway left from the port in Bellingham, Washington, and would soon carry us nearly 1,000 miles north to Juneau, Alaska. The boat navigates an intricate path through the Inside Passage, which is a narrow network of corridors through the islands on the Pacific Northwest coast of the North American Fjordlands. Though we knew all of these details before leaving, nothing prepared us for how unspeakably beautiful this journey would be.
I was just so cozy. This was great. What?
We woke up with a porpoise. Sorry, I cannot help myself when it comes to dad jokes. Finally, the pace of life slowed down. The stress we'd been feeling leading up to this adventure was replaced by an overwhelming sense of contentment. All we had to do now was sit back and enjoy what was right in front of us. As we pushed through the narrow corridors, we occasionally passed far-flung fishing villages and remote outposts. Only to be followed by more breathtaking stretches of vast wilderness. This unique method of travel gave us a rare perspective on areas that are otherwise inaccessible by land. That day, we had 2 brief open water crossings with light seas of 2 to 3 feet, and then back into protected waters sandwiched between lush green islands. Though we still had a few responsibilities, such as feeding ourselves, we found it difficult to pull ourselves away from the top deck long enough to do so. Because every time we thought about going below deck, we'd drift into an incredible scene like this one. That night, we stayed up waiting till dark, but at 11:30, it still hadn't come. Evidence that we were in fact headed to the land of the midnight sun. The morning sun roused us early from our tent, 4:30 a.m. to be exact. Through groggy eyes, we watched the town of Ketchikan come into view. Our first official stop on Alaskan soil. Ketchikan, which is normally busy due to a constant rotation of cruise ships, waited for us quietly. Due to COVID, cruise ships had yet to return to this area of the world. Ready to stretch our legs, we took the opportunity to go to shore and grab some food. I always find it interesting how quickly we can settle into a routine, even when we're in such an unfamiliar place. Maybe that's why we've been able to stay on the road for all of these years. Just 2 days on this boat had left us changed people. Before the ferry, our minds were clouded with a heavy workload and a lack of time to do it in. Now, we had nothing but time. Time is the most luxurious thing anyone could ever possess. This was $1.75, and I went into the refrigerator and felt which one was the heaviest. But never has $1.75 bought me so much happiness in the form of one pound of vanilla pudding. Oh my gosh. So good. Want some? Clearly, I'm a classy lady, with classy taste. We toasted to our last night on the ferry with our modest serving of pudding, Oreos, and an undisclosed brown adult liquid. In the morning, we'd be arriving at our port of call at the ungodly hour of 4 a.m. Due to the early wake-up call, we broke our tent free of its duct tape bondage and instead opted to spend our last night sleeping in our lawn chairs. Below deck, our truck was patiently waiting to be called into action. Above deck, we were still trying to shake the feeling that we were waking from a long daydream. And somehow, this was just the beginning.
We made it. Now let's take a nap.
Yeah.
It was 6 a.m., and we only had enough energy to roll off the boat to the ferry terminal parking lot.
Big hair. Wow. Reaching new heights.
3 hours later, we re-emerged from the camper, new and semi-functional human beings. This is Mendenhall Glacier, which was first known to the native Tlingit people as Aquatoxit, which translates to the glacier behind the little lake. By the way, I did my best on the pronunciation. In 1892, Westerners named the glacier after Thomas Mendenhall, who helped determine the boundary between Canada and Alaska. We didn't know it yet, but we'd end up spending a lot of time with this glacier while in Juneau. We took a short trail out to Nugget Falls, which happens to be taller than Niagara Falls. At an impressive height of 377 feet, the deafening falls shake the ground where it crashes into Mendenhall Lake. Coming to Alaska, we had never seen a glacier up close and personal. Needless to say, we spent the entire afternoon walking around with our mouths agape. We found our first camp spot with unobstructed views of the Chilkat Mountains across the channel. Never in all of our years of travel have we had views as captivating as these. This is Jacques. He reached out to us a few months before coming to Alaska and kindly offered to take us out onto the glacier when we came to Juneau. Little did he know, his generous offer was actually what made us stop in Juneau in the first place. Though we wouldn't be headed out onto the glacier for a few days, we came into the shop Jacques guides for to get fitted for some glacier gear. Together, we caravan to the end of the road for an evening hike.
Hey, Berry Bear.
Jacques is incredibly knowledgeable on local edible plants. In fact, he kept giving us things to try as we hiked.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, grassy and kind of sweet.
Eventually, we broke out of the rainforest and onto the shoreline, where we stumbled on a Tlingit petroglyph carved into the rock. Native art is one of our favorite things to find and learn about. This little discovery left us all grinning ear to ear.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Wow. Look at those flowers. Look at those mountains. Be brave. Oh God. Whew. Yes. Yes. Wow. So cold. Okay. Yes. I need to pee now.
I wish I could describe how insanely cold this water was. The best I got is that it was so cold, my ancestors could feel it.
Owen, you're so brave. Oh my God.
Somewhere out near the beach, Jacques' girlfriend Catherine met up with us after work. Jacques and Catherine's love and knowledge for their home was infectious. We had only been in Juneau for 2 days, and we were already falling hard and fast for this area. But how could you not in the presence of so much beauty and those who are so passionate about it?
Oh, wow, that's fascinating. Are they fighting? Do they love each other? I'm confused. Oh.
Despite the lingering sun, it was nearly 10 p.m. when we hiked back to the trucks. Now that we were settling into life in Alaska, we needed to continue to churn through the massive workload we brought with us. We worked during the day and played in the evenings, thanks to long days granted by higher latitudes. Then, when our stomachs reminded us that 10 p.m. was well past our dinner time, we rolled to camp to make dinner and bask in the view from our dining room.
Right here in front of my face, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mosquitoes.
I lost an order behind the cabinet. I'm trying to get it out. I've done this before, and I've been able to get it out with like a piece of cardboard by running it back here, and somehow miraculously was just able to pull it out. It's not going as well this time. I'm pinching it. This is a great use for a nice knife. Wow. Wait, what I thought I saw is not the envelope, it's something else.
There's more lost back there?
Yeah, apparently there's something else down here. It's like, it looks like a park map. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely what that is. Something new that we've never done before. We forgot to latch our top before we started driving. And it partially deployed while we were driving.
We were driving like that.
Juneau receives rain an average of 235.7 days a year. I mean, it is a rainforest after all. We'd been lucky to have so many dry days so far. Even so, we didn't let a little drizzle stand in our way of a hike out to Herbert Glacier. Hungry after our 9-mile trek, we decided to venture into town to try some yummy food. Based on a local's recommendation, we went to Deckhand Dave's. On an impulse, we decided to try 2 gourmet s'mores from Captain S'mores and Coffee. Yeah, those s'mores were by far the best we've ever had. I was a bit flustered from the experience and needed to recover with a beer from Devil's Club Brewing Company. We don't often do town things, but when we do, we're always in search of good food and incredible beer. And on this day, we checked all of the boxes. With hours of daylight remaining, we went out to chase the sunset.
Speaking of art being made. Hey there! If you're enjoying this video, go ahead and give it a like. It's a free and super easy way for you to support our work. And when this video is over, if you're still hungry for more, we have a ton of series and short films for you to enjoy from our travels. After all of that said and done, if you're wanting to stick around for more and see what we've got going on in the future, subscribe to our channel. It'd be an honor to have you along for the ride.
The day had finally come for us to venture onto the ice with Jacques and Catherine. But before we go too much further, I wanted to formally introduce you all to Catherine. Catherine was born and raised in Juneau and now lives out of a Toyota Tundra with Jacques. Loaded up with a full day of food, clothes, and ice climbing gear, we traversed the challenging terrain to get out to the glacier's edge. Glaciers are in a constant state of change, so there was no guarantee that we'd find a safe place to transfer onto the ice. Optimistic, we scrambled down an unstable scree field one at a time to reduce the risk of a rock slide. The ground we were walking on was only recently exposed for the first time in over 3,000 years as the glacier recedes. Thankfully, we found a stable point to grant us access to the ice.
This is just so silly.
I'm not sure if you can tell, but this was our first experience on a glacier, and I was pretty tickled by the experience. This labyrinth of water and ice couldn't have been more alien to us.
Oh my God, I'm very freezing.
Slowly, an odd feeling of familiarity washed over us as we explored this foreign landscape. The tall, narrow fins, and small streams that shaped the surface of the ice. They were all things that we had seen countless times before. The glacial terrain mirrored that of the sandstone formations in Utah. Nature sure does have a habit of repeating itself with a new set of elements.
Sure. It's recording.
Okay. There you go. Nice job.
Yeah.
As rock climbers, we were excited to try our hand at ice climbing. Jacques gave us a quick tutorial before we went in search of a crevasse among the fins of ice for our first climb.
see, I have.
Oh, all right, on the ledge.
All right, you want to go further?
Yeah. All right, I'll zero there.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Matt, I'm ready for you when you are.
I'm gonna bask in it for a minute.
Take your time.
All right, let's see how this goes. All right, coming up and over this first ledge here.
All right, I got you.
Awkwardly. It's kind of hard to trust this right away.
I know.
It feels like it shouldn't work. There we go.
That was rad. Oh my gosh, you're the best.
I got you guys. Yeah, that's cool, right?
Yeah.
It feels.
It just feels like such an intimate way to experience like a part of nature that we just
Yeah.
have like no prior contact with.
This experience was such an incredible gift. Jacques suspected that this feature was once a cave deep inside the ice. When the cave collapsed, the water flowing through the ice filled the void, creating this rare variety of pond on the surface of the ice. It was here that Jacques gave us what he calls his TED Talk on glaciers and the changes that he sees guiding on Mendenhall day in and day out. We, as humans, have a massive impact on our planet's climate. And because glaciers are a product of climate, they respond to climate change. Growth and recession of glaciers is completely normal. But what isn't normal is that they're melting at an alarming rate. Glaciers all over the globe have lost, on average, 4% of their volume over the last 20 years. The ice fields of the world generate calibatic winds, which are effectively the air conditioning of the planet and help stabilize weather patterns. Without them, we're left with unpredictable and severe weather. This is just one of the many global effects of glacial loss. Though the gravity of this information still weighs heavily on our hearts and minds, we're thankful to understand how reliant our planet is on their existence. In total, we hiked 12 hours, covered 12 miles, and climbed nearly 3,000 feet of elevation. Every step of it was worth it. Back on the same trail we'd partially hiked the day before, we went out in search of an ice cave Jacques had mentioned seeing at the toe of the glacier. The hike out to the ice cave took us past markers where the glacier's edge used to be sitting, starting in 1910. The markers that hit closest to home were the years that we graduated from college. With the stinging threat of tears in our eyes, we looked off into the distance where the glacier now sits. It felt like we were walking through a graveyard.
Oh my God. The sexiest thing I've ever seen. Oh, God. It feels like you're under the ocean.
So what did you think?
What do you mean?
Like of everything that?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It's just so profound. There's so few places that you can come in contact with a glacier in that way. And it also just feels like experiencing color in a way that I've never experienced before.
Yeah.
It feels like a church to me. It has that kind of like awe-inspiring, where you just feel like you're in a place that's really important. But it goes a step further because I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season if that's gone. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It feels like a place that when I talk about it in the future I'll cry. Because it's just that special. It's the first time I've done anything like that before. Yeah. Very, very special. Alright. Let's go make some dinner.
It was our last day in Juneau. The previous 3 days of hiking left us exhausted, physically, mentally, and emotionally. We don't travel because we want to be comfortable. We travel because we want to be challenged. We want to learn, and we want to become better citizens of the world. Even if that means experiencing discomfort and heartbreak in the process. We know one day, when we return to this area, it will look very different. But for now, we felt lucky to be leaving with a deep love for Juneau and its glaciers.
The glacier is giving me an all-new appreciation for blue. I've always loved blue, but I feel like we saw this color.
Oh, that's so good. Wow. There's a lot of flavor going on in there. I like that a lot.
Yeah, there's so many different flavors. Yeah, you're right. Wow. Yeah, I've never had anything quite like that.
I could eat another one. No questions asked.
With one last celebratory beer in our belly, we went back to the Auk Bay ferry terminal where we had arrived 1 week earlier.
Are you sad to be leaving Juneau?
Very sad.
Wow, it was deep.
Juneau was a very special place. I was not expecting it. I am incredibly grateful for Jacques reaching out to us, and yeah, it's all about the people, and there are good people here.
Yeah.
Freshly showered before we had even left port, we settled into our last voyage on the ferry for the summer. Just 4.5 hours to the north, the town of Haines was waiting for us. While we slept, the ferry made its way 80 miles north to the coastal town of Haines. Our alarm went off at 2:45 a.m., quite possibly the earliest I've ever had to set. Made it a few miles down the road before we found a pull-off to sleep until a more reasonable hour. When we woke up, we spotted the ferry we had been on earlier, heading from Sitka to its next port of call in Juneau. Haines is a small coastal borough with a population of roughly 1,800 people and is home to the world-famous Hammer Museum. However, that wasn't why we were here. Due to COVID, the US and Canadian border was still closed, leaving us but one option to get north: the ferry. Because of the influx of people relying on the ferry to get their vehicles to Alaska, we were unable to secure a passage all the way north. Haines gave us a sliver of hope because it has a connecting road to the interior of Alaska through the Yukon. With work permits in hand, our fate was entirely up to the Canadian border agents. But before that, we planned to spend a few days enjoying the area. We woke up to a sunny day feeling rested. With a full belly, we headed out in search of a hike.
Look, we're twins.
Probably got a little squished. Yep, definitely. Look at this. It's called a pesto stick. Oh, this is fun. It's got like sun-dried tomatoes and feta on the top too.
After our hike, we went out to an area that is known to be frequented by bears. And what do you know? We lucked out with a sow and her 2 lively little cubs.
Zoomies again. This baby is just such a cutie.
Bears come to this area during low tide to feed on clams and sedge grass. Coastal brown bears like these can grow to be some of the largest bears in the world. Their access to a high-protein diet of spawning salmon helps them reach the impressive weight of 800 to 1,200 pounds. But for now, these cubs have a lot of growing.
Oh my god.
And a lot of learning to do before they can reach that size. We could have watched these 2 wrestle for an eternity. But we decided to give them some space and move on to prepare for our early morning border crossing. We found a quiet roadside camp spot just south of the US and Canadian border. If all went according to plan, we'd be in the Yukon the following morning. Leading up to this, we had heard conflicting stories about the border crossing. We had been told that even with papers, sometimes they'd let you through, and then sometimes they wouldn't. If they did let us pass through the Yukon, we'd be able to continue our way north and be in the interior of Alaska by nightfall. If they didn't, well, our summer here would come to a swift close, and we'd have to find our way back onto a southbound ferry. Now, all we could do was hope that things would go smoothly. Thankfully, the Canadian border gods smiled upon us that day. After bonding with the border agent over a mutual love for hummingbirds, he sent us on our way. Due to the border closure, we were permitted through with strict guidelines. We were only to stop for necessities such as filling gas and going to the bathroom. We could only stay long enough to get back into the interior of Alaska. We had to check back in with the Canadian border on the other side to confirm that we were in fact leaving the country. Now, all that laid between us and the rest of our plans was just over 300 miles in the Yukon. The drive was breathtaking. It felt cruel not to be able to stop and enjoy any of it. We saw streams we wanted to fish and peaks that we wanted to summit. But all of it would have to wait. As the kilometers passed, we decided this drive was a scouting mission for the future. The terrain in the Yukon was far more diverse than either of us imagined. We saw rolling green hills, sharp, jagged peaks, sand dunes, brilliant blue water, and endless boreal forests. That didn't give me much of a boost, but I think it'll be enough. Back in the US, we still had hours of driving to make it to our final destination for the day. We pressed down permafrost-scarred roads, which made for a wild ride. Some stretches were so bad, we might have even caught air on a few of them. We were greeted with open arms by my brother Eric, my sister-in-law Julie, and their two dogs, Zeus and Timber.
Almost got it. There will be nothing left to scoop. Ah! Smoke on me! Okay, that should do something.
Since Eric and Julie are in the military, we rarely get to spend an extended period of time together. This time, however, we spent 2 weeks with them, making up for a lot of lost time. We tried their favorite breweries. We shared many meals. We met their friends.
It looks, yeah, I do.
It's delightful.
We played with our nephews.
Get it. Get it.
And we got to know the place that they've called home for the last few years. How's it taste?
It's bland. It's like grass.
Every minute that we weren't hanging out, we used to chip away at our massive workload that was still following us around. Our hope was by the time that we left Fairbanks, we could have the bulk of it done so we could turn our undivided attention onto our travels.
There you go.
You're so pretty.
It was here that we got the devastating news that my grandmother had passed away unexpectedly. The loss renewed a deep and profound sadness that we had been coping with since the passing of our dear Luna just a few months before. To be honest, I wasn't sure that I was going to share this side of our story. But now, in retrospect, the emotional turbulence became instrumental in how Alaska affected us over the course of the summer. Social media feeds overflow with the benefits of traveling extensively, but rarely does anyone discuss the cost it comes at. The cost is long periods of time away from our family and our loved ones. It's something that I wrestle with constantly. Being 4,617 miles away when this happened was essentially my worst nightmare. The passing of a second loved one in a year left us feeling hopelessly lost. Our saving grace was that we weren't alone.
So yeah, that's a close fit.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fit. We're just gonna have to press it up against it and hope for the best. All right. I think I'm gonna get wet. Oh, that was too much. Gotta be gentle. It's kind of a waterfall, huh? You want any water?
Oh my god. I do want to fill my water, actually.
Oh, maybe we've used all of our water?
The time had come for us to continue on with our journey. We said our goodbyes to Eric, Julie, Zeus, and Timber, but thankfully we had plans to meet up in a few weeks. favorite parts about calling our four-wheel camper home is the amount of gear it allows us to carry. All of our gear helps grant us access to a whole world that lies beyond where the road ends. Our humble little home on wheels is our one constant in a landscape of continuous change. Here we have a comfortable place to not only prepare, but also to recover from the many backcountry missions that we like to go on. And that's exactly what we were preparing for. So for one dinner with this, there's 90 calories per serving. There's 3 servings in this. I don't feel like we'd eat all of that in one night. 380 calories in this pouch. Then we've got black bean soup, 570. And 600 in the spicy red bean chili. And the reason why I'm bringing up the calories since we're both eating this. What's this where it's from? It's from Glacier Bay. After all the packing was done, it was time to check a major destination off of our bucket list. To eat this whole thing. I should stop.
Make sure you hang on to the tickets, big ones. Well, they're way in it.
The Denali Park Road, which parallels the Alaska Range, is 92 miles long and is the only road in the park. Only 15 of those miles are open to private vehicles. To access the farther reaches of the park, you have to take a bus, like this one. Though seeing places by bus isn't usually our style, it was a luxury to both be able to keep our eyes glued to the passing scenery.
The transit bus we were on made regular stops, like this one, and we almost got left behind.
Is that it?
This is us.
Okay, good.
After setting up camp, we ate a snack before using the rest of our day for a hike.
It's good. It's like a weirdly awkward walk.
We were out here, but still coping with the weight of my grandmother's passing just a few days before. Owen and I have come to realize that grief has a way of changing the way that we experience the world. Time seems to move slower. Colors are somehow more vibrant, and sounds become more vivid. A beautiful side effect of sorrow. We were thankful for time away from service, where we could be left to sort through it all.
It's like being able to hold a Frosty in your hand. I mean, I guess you can do that, but...
On the bus ride in, we caught a quick glimpse of Denali in the distance. Before we arrived at Wonder Lake on the bus, cloud coverage moved in and obscured our view. While walking back to camp, I did a double take, expecting to find the clouds still parked over the peak. But there she was, towering higher in the sky than we ever thought possible. Our moment with Denali was short-lived, but it gave us hope that we had not seen the last of her.
I'm like drooling.
Hoping to catch another glimpse of Denali, we raced through dinner and found a place to set up our cameras and wait. We are out here waiting for Denali to make her grand appearance. Getting a lot of mixed signals as to what's happening out here. She's somewhere in there. Named by the Koyukon people who've inhabited this area for centuries, Denali means the Great One. Then finally, our patience paid off. As quickly as the summit emerged, it disappeared back into the clouds. Denali Summit is only visible 30% of the time, so we felt pretty lucky to see it at all. The sunset that followed was so captivating, we wouldn't crawl into our tent until 1 a.m. that night. We are moving camp spots because the mosquitoes are particularly horrendous here, and we found another spot that opened up this morning that doesn't seem as bad. I think that anything will be better than this. Home sweet home. Clearly, I was exhausted from the night before. I fell asleep waiting for the beaver to come back out. We came out here to hopefully see a reflection of Denali in this pond, which it's famous for. Obviously, it wasn't in the cards for us. Instead, we became entranced by the diversity of wildflowers and hustle and bustle of the local pollinators. Back in 2012, several bumblebees were collected in the high tundra regions of the park. Later, they were discovered to be an entirely new species of bumblebee.
fur balls.
From here, we had a bird's eye view of Wonder Lake. As glaciers passed over this area centuries ago, they cut deep grooves into the bedrock, creating the lake that we see today. Because of the glacial striations, Wonder Lake is an impressive 250 feet deep. Hoping to avoid the aggressive mosquitoes at camp, we decided to make dinner on a breezy hill.
That salmon. Whoa. Whoa. That is so good.
On our walk back to camp, we came across this snowshoe hare. Snowshoe hares, like many animals, eat mineral-rich soil when they lack a specific mineral in their diet, or to counteract the natural toxins found in the plants that they eat. Come winter, the hare's coat will change from this brown to white.
I'm excited about this. This is truly just a freeze-dried ice cream sandwich. Texturally, this is confusing, but from a taste perspective, it's awesome.
Real frantic. I think we're good now.
Is the coast clear?
I hope so.
We woke up to a turn in the weather. Shortly, we needed to catch the bus out of the remote reaches of the park to get back to Roxanne. Sad that we are leaving without having seen Denali in its entirety, but something tells me this will not be the last time we come here. But honestly, feeling quite thankful that we got to see as much as we did, such as the peak, because I think that it really put into perspective that all those clouds up there are covering just one of the most impressive mountains we have ever had the pleasure of seeing. And we did get an incredible sunset. One that I would say was unlike any sunset we've ever seen. So, no complaints from us. The bus in Denali is an incredible way to see wildlife. On our way in, we didn't see much. As luck would have it, things would be very different on this leg of the journey. Interior brown bears like this one grow to be significantly smaller than their coastal relatives because they sustain themselves on a mostly vegetarian diet. They also tend to be more aggressive and territorial to protect their precious food resources. But this one didn't seem to look too worried about any of that.
Perfect morning so far.
Do you want to put your arms out real fast? Put your arms out real fast. Arms out.
Once we made it back to Roxanne and grabbed some showers, we celebrated the only proper way after a successful trip, with a pizza party. Having spent a few quiet days around the town of Denali, we were ready to push further south. Next stop, Talkeetna. We were delighted to find our creek was teeming with salmon, migrating from the ocean to spawn. That evening, we sat back in awe, watching our first ever salmon run.
Oh. Oh, it's so hot. Or ducks.
What?
Ducks.
Denali State Park is usually a great place to get a glimpse of Denali's elusive peak. However, the smoky conditions from a nearby forest fire were not in our favor. But we pressed on anyway. we came across an interesting scene. After a lot of research to try to better understand what exactly we were looking at, we learned that these are the rusty tussock caterpillars. Named because of the tussocks of hair along their back, these hungry caterpillars are the larval state of the rusty tussock moth. Dinner tonight. I'm super excited about it. We are going to be cooking up some of my brother's caribou. So we've had it before. It's super good. We're going to be making sweet potato tacos out of it.
It's really good.
The caribou with the sweet potato is really nice. Look at that color. We took the rain as a sign to take a down day and explore downtown Talkeetna. The pesto is really good too. Talkeetna is known for its quirky charm and their proud history of cat mayors. Allow me to introduce Mayor Stubbs. He was the honorary mayor of Talkeetna from 1997 until his passing in 2017. After his passing, the town adopted this sweet guy as their new mayor. His name is Denali. I know this goes without saying, but I'm a huge fan.
They're so cute. Oh, yes, that's the stuff.
Next stop, the Talkeetna Historical Society. If you ever come to Talkeetna, do not leave until you've tried the spinach bread. Geez, I'm putting this on here like it's ketchup. I love how crispy it is on the bottom. It was absolutely delicious.
Very good.
Ooh, the bread is so lovely. They know what they're doing with bread. It's pretty spicy too. There's like whole jalapenos in there though. Feeling complete in Talkeetna, we continued south towards our next destination. I don't think either one of us was ready for what was to come. Set in the Talkeetna Mountains, Hatcher Pass is roughly 60 winding miles of breathtaking scenic road. Often, we venture into new areas with a mental image of them. Whatever we envisioned Hatcher Pass would be, it didn't come anywhere close to how enchanting it actually was.
All right, where is it?
It's right here.
Does it look okay? No.
I mean,
It looks okay. Oh my God.
A little worse for the wear.
Seriously, Owen, you are going to kill me.
Had it all of like 3 flights.
Yeah.
Okay, now where were we? We hadn't actually planned to stop and fish, but as soon as we saw fish rising on the lake, well, we couldn't turn down such a tempting offer.
He rejected me. I saw that.
A little behind schedule, we continue down the road to our main objective for the day. The terrain here caught us completely off guard. The rolling green hills could have been mistaken for those in a Tolkien film. This was a stark contrast from the boreal forest that we had found ourselves in for the previous month. And what better way to enjoy such a remarkable place than with a little sufferfest? As we climbed higher into the mountains, we came across a lake that was the most enchanting color of blue. Glacial flour is created by glaciers grinding on rocks as they slowly move down mountains. The result is a fine dust which is carried downhill with snow and glacial melt into alpine lakes and streams. Suspended in water, the glacial flour reflects sunlight, giving it that wonderful color. Initially, our goal was to hike to the other end of the lake and then up and over the pass that was veiled by clouds. Due to our late start and the inclement weather, we decided we were content with what we had accomplished. Instead, we took our time soaking in the surroundings before starting the return journey. Every once in a while, a place leaves us feeling a certain way that has taken me years to put a finger on. It's a feeling of wealth. Not in a monetary way, but in a way that makes me feel like I have everything I could possibly need or want. This is one of those places. We came across one of the coolest animals. The Arctic ground squirrel. I know it's just a squirrel, but hear me out. Arctic ground squirrels have the lowest body temperature ever measured in a mammal. The body temperature of a hibernating squirrel drops from 99 degrees to 27 degrees Fahrenheit. That is below freezing. Every few weeks, this still sleeping squirrel shivers for 12 to 15 hours to help it return to its usual body temperature. Then, the whole process of warming and cooling starts over and continues all winter. Fascinating, right? This area has a long history of mining. Some are still operating under small private claims, and others are like this. Nonetheless, it's interesting to see how proficiently the terrain reclaims the land when the miners inevitably move on. Despite our best efforts to leave Fairbanks with a clean slate in regards to work, we had lingering projects that would follow us around for the rest of the summer. In order to continue enjoying our surroundings, we found ourselves falling into the routine of hiking during the day and spending quiet evenings working. Thankfully, our robust Battleborn battery setup gave us the power to stay in remote areas and to still get our work done late into the night or during the rainy days that kept us in the truck. And for that, we're endlessly grateful we have the power to stay out here. Wanting to squeeze in one more hike before heading out of this area, we set off down trail. Hiking straight up.
fishing pole.
Nice view, huh? So this is what it feels like to be in a cloud. Isn't that wild?
Driving south out of Hatcher Pass, we headed to the big city of Anchorage. After just a day in Anchorage, we were packing for another bucket list destination, Katmai National Park and Preserve. The park is located on the Alaska Peninsula, about 290 miles southwest of Anchorage, and is inaccessible by road. In order to get there, we were going to take a plane from Anchorage to King Salmon, and then a connecting float plane from King Salmon to Brooks Camp in the park. It was strange to show up to an airport only with our camping gear. Thankfully, we weren't out of place.
It's so tiny.
After a safety briefing that consisted of don't smoke and please don't steal the plane, we were off. It may already be apparent, but if it isn't, this summer was filled with a lot of firsts for us. Float planes have always captured my imagination. It was surreal to finally be riding in one. When I stopped filming long enough to think about what was happening, the tears came uncontrollably. I felt lucky to be alive, thankful to be here, and honored to be actively chasing our dreams to the remote corners of the world. It's a feeling I want to spend the rest of my life chasing. As we taxied into shore, it became apparent that bears were everywhere. Over 2,200 bears are estimated to live in the park, so the likelihood of running into one on our 1-mile hike back to camp was extremely high. The bears here are so well nourished by the abundant salmon that they seemed indifferent to the presence of humans. We still made a point to give them right of way on all of the trails. You know, it's the polite thing to do. With camp set up safely behind an electric fence, it was finally time to explore. Katmai was established as a national monument in 1918 to protect its rich volcanic history. However, it was left greatly unexplored and seldom visited due to its remote location until the 1950s. After a series of boundary expansions, the present Katmai National Park and Preserve was established in 1980. Today, Katmai protects 9,000 years of human history and is an important habitat for sockeye salmon and the brown bears that rely on them. This is why we've longed to come here since we were kids. We both grew up seeing Brooks Falls and its fishing bears in National Geographic. And we were finally seeing it with our own eyes. Every summer, bears of this area gather at the Brooks River to fish for sockeye salmon on their way to their spawning grounds in Brooks Lake. This area is unique because of the sheer number of bears fishing in such a concentrated area and the number of techniques they use. The first is known as snorkeling. Like the name suggests, bears submerge their eyes and muzzles into the water to look for fish, while leaving their ears above water to listen for danger. Snorkeling is also scientifically proven to be the cutest of all the fishing techniques. Though it's rare, a few adventurous bears have learned to fully submerge so they can swim after salmon and pick up carcasses off the bottom. The dash and grab, which favors the fast and accurate, is often used by the young and mothers with cubs. This allows them to keep a distance between them and the more dominant bears on the water. But why would you waste energy when you could let your food come to you? The sit-and-wait method consists of waiting for salmon to jump the 6-foot falls and have them land right into the eager mouths of the waiting bears. Or you could just sit there. Either way, it saves precious calories that are better used during hibernation. For the mothers of the river, fishing comes with its own unique set of challenges. They have to feed themselves and a few extra hungry mouths. Sows often leave their spring cubs to watch and learn from the safety of shore and bring back their catch. But every once in a while, there's a brave one. Yearlings, which are cubs born the previous spring, venture into the water to get a more hands-on lesson close to mom's side. The bears can consume up to 40 fish a day, which weighs in at 80 to 100 pounds of food, or the equivalent of 100,000 calories. This all-you-can-eat salmon buffet can result in a weight gain of 3 to 6 pounds a day, all in preparation for the coming hibernation. Large bears like these are a byproduct of the richness of this area, which is the healthiest run of sockeye salmon left on the planet. Since 2014, Katmai National Park has had an annual celebration at the end of the fishing season known as Fat Bear Week. People vote in a bracket-style tournament, and at the end, the biggest chunk is crowned the champion. But I like to think that we're all winners when it's Fat Bear Week. We had already been in Katmai for 2 days. It had been a blur of bears, salmon, filled SD cards, the occasional meal, and a little bit of sleep when we found the strength to pull ourselves away. But unfortunately, it was our last night. We wanted to do something special to celebrate our time here, so we splurged on beers and dinner for two at Brooks Camp Lodge. It was clear. Katmai was going to leave us forever changed. This unique place gave us a rare and intimate look at the way that these magnificent animals live. We'd be leaving with a deeper understanding for an animal that we've always admired. There are no words for how thankful we are to have had the opportunity to experience this mythical place for ourselves. Even though we were packing to leave, we added a last-minute adventure to our schedule. The endless sea of trees gave way to the Martian landscape of the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. Just 20 miles from the Eden that is Brooks Falls is the Valley of Ash Flow from the eruption of the volcano Nova Rupta in June of 1912. The eruption was the largest in the 20th century. Our pilot mused over how special it is to be able to see such newly formed earth as we glided over abstract textures carved into the valley floor. That will not be the last time we lay eyes on the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. Mark my words. Just an hour after returning from the Valley of 10,000 Smokes, we boarded our second flight of the day to start our journey back to Anchorage. Though it stung to see Katmai fade into the distance as we rose into the sky, seeing a place that has captivated us since childhood left us feeling like anything was possible. After returning from Katmai National Park, we headed southeast to begin exploring the Kenai Peninsula. Located southeast of Anchorage, the peninsula extends about 150 miles southwest of the Chugach Mountains. And it's where we'd be spending the next month of our travels. After seeing a sign for beluga whales, we pulled over. Yes, you heard that right. Beluga whales come through this area to chase salmon into the Turnagain Arm. We sat patiently with our eyes trained on the water, hoping for a glimpse of these legendary snow white whales. Sadly, we were unsuccessful, but we had plans to return and try again. At camp, we settled in to a quiet night. Just before bed, the truck began to rock rhythmically forward and back. Our first instinct was that a bear was scratching itself on our front bumper. Clearly, we still had bears on the brain. Cautiously, we poked our head out the door, only to see that we were completely alone. A few minutes later, a text came through from our friend Lindbergh. He asked if we were okay. There had been an earthquake with a magnitude of 8.2, and some of the towns in the area were being evacuated due to a possible tsunami. Thankfully, we were out of the danger zone. Feeling somewhat safe, tucked into our valley, we went to bed. Thankfully, we woke up still on dry ground. Sadly, I was feeling under the weather, but we pressed on with our plans. To get to our next town, we had to purchase a ticket to drive through the Whittier Tunnel. The tunnel is just a single lane that is shared by two directions of traffic and a train, meaning that they're timed entries. Owen went off on foot to explore the small hamlet, and I stayed back to try to get some rest. Living accommodations in Whittier are something this tiny town is famous for. This building is home to nearly the entire population of just over 200 people, and helped earn Whittier the nickname the town under one roof.
How you doing?
Pretty poopy.
Sorry.
I don't understand what's going on up there.
Stop it. Stop making a ruckus.
After resting at camp and being entertained by the birds, we found a perch of our own to watch the sunset from. Thankfully, I woke up feeling myself again. Having only been in Whittier for a day, we had already seen most of what we could see by land. We didn't know it yet, but we'd be back later to see it by water. Ran over a big ol' hunkin' dookie. It's all over our tire. And now it smells like poop in here. It's pretty putrid. Some strong stuff. Also, where did that clump of hair come from? I quickly got to work masking the smell and making us some dinner. When we made it out to camp, the truck was long overdue for a deep clean and reorganization.
A ruler, you said?
Yeah.
Here you go. Oh.
It's Luna's little Superwoman costume.
Even though she only ever wore it once or twice and utterly hated it,
It's my Wonder Woman.
it brought a flood of memories back. This hidden reminder of Luna uncovered a sadness that is always present just below the surface of our consciousness, leaving it to bubble up in times and places we never expect. The last thing I said to her was that I would keep my promise and bring her to Alaska. This was an unexpected reminder that I had kept my promise. Needing to knock out a day or two of work, we relocated out of town to a spot that had cell phone service.
This is wild. What do you think?
Yeah.
Turns out our new camp spot had breathtaking views of 3 volcanoes across the Cook Inlet.
Look at this. What a shame.
Needing no reason to celebrate other than the wonderful view, we settled into an all-Alaskan fancy feast.
Man, it's on there. I might need you to get it. Ow.
Hopefully you're stronger than I am. Yes.
Oh, it's been a minute. I'm excited about this.
This quickly became one of our favorite places to call home for the night in Alaska. Shortly before leaving for Alaska, we converted our power management system to Red Arc. We knew we were coming with a lot of work and that we'd be primarily off the grid. Thanks to the Manager 30, we were able to charge while driving, in addition to collecting the abundance of solar power in the land of the midnight sun. Our life on the road is only possible because we can take our work with us, no matter where we're headed. Let's feast. From camp, we had an endless stream of bald eagles to enjoy. Sometimes a predator and sometimes a scavenger, these opportunistic eaters have incredible eyesight. An eagle's eye is almost the same size as a human's, and given that their heads are far smaller, an eagle's eyes fill up most of their skull. Bald eagles hatch with a mix of brown and white plumage and a dark bill. It takes 4 to 5 years to develop their trademark yellow bill and white head. And to all the locals who kept asking us if we were tired of seeing eagles, yeah, no, never gonna happen.
You ready to do this drive?
I hope so. All right. Trailers in the roadway.
I think you made that easy.
Yep.
Nice job.
Thank you.
While on the ferry to Juneau, we met an incredibly nice couple named Corey and Dave. Then we ran into them again on the ferry from Juneau to Haines. We exchanged information and decided to meet up when we came to their hometown in Homer. Aboard their boat, we crossed Katmai Bay for a day of exploring. This is where they took us. Without any rafts of our own, we took turns paddling around the maze of icebergs. After our hike, we motored over to a tiny coastal community. Halibut Cove is an artist community and home to one of the only floating post offices in the United States. We came for the adorable town clinging to the rocks, but stayed for the delicious coffee milkshakes. On our way back across Kachemak Bay, towards Homer, we stopped at Gull Island. That is the deafening sound of the 20,000 seabirds that stop here annually. This rookery offers a safe place for a wide variety of kittiwaks, gulls, cormorants, and puffins to nest. With them comes a strong smell of guano and swarming flies.
So today we did something crazy. We drove all the way from Homer back to Anchorage, which we didn't have plans to drive back to Anchorage today or anytime in the near future. But we bought a new camera. Look at this beautiful A7S III. Oh, and not only did we buy a camera, bought this beautiful 100 to 400 millimeter lens to photograph wildlife. I'm so excited about this. I don't think I've ever wanted a lens more than this. Oh, and this is mine. Jeez Louise, look at that hood. It's a grower. Looks like one of the super far paddle boarders is about to set up for it. I think I'll be able to stick with it if I stay on my stomach. If it's as big as it was yesterday, I think it's just gonna feel really good to get in the water and paddle around, and to like be so close to such a cool phenomenon wave.
That phenomenon that I'm talking about is known as the boar tide wave. A boar tide is a rush of seawater that returns to a shallow, narrow area after low tide. And in this rare case, it actually creates a surfable wave that I've been lusting over since my early teens. Finally, all these years later, I was getting my first chance to surf it. See those people out there surfing? Yeah, none of those people are me. The wind picked up and a rogue wave pushed me off the back of the wave, leaving me nearly a mile away from where I hopped into the water. There was a time in my life when I would have beaten myself up over my poor performance, but I was too delighted just to be there, experiencing a wave I've fantasized about for years. By the time I made it to shore, I was exhausted, exhilarated, and ready to come back and try it as many times as it took to successfully ride the Bourtide wave.
Ooh, really tasty. Oh boy. You ate that last one in 16 seconds.
I am an impressive man.
Yes, you are.
Maiden voyage for this beautiful lens. Owen used it the other day while I was surfing. Bam! How you like me now?
See that glacier up there? That's where we're headed.
This hike is 3,500 feet of elevation gain, and we are pushing it. Feels good. We haven't gotten a really steep hike like this in a long time. Feels good to get some cardio in. We're gonna be pooped when we leave here.
This is the Harding Ice Field. This massive expanse of ice covers 700 square miles and spawns 40 different glaciers. One of which is Exit Glacier that we hiked alongside on our way up. We stayed long after the warmth faded from our limbs, unable to pull our eyes away from this otherworldly landscape. Erected to shelter hikers from unexpected weather changes, this hut is proof to how unforgiving a place like this can be. Cold and fresh out of snacks, we started our descent. The weather gifted us a rest day. We took advantage of the free time to sort through the thousands of photos that we had taken and neglected to organize. Loaded up with fly fishing gear and a brand new pack raft we picked up in Anchorage, we headed out for a hike under surprisingly heavy packs.
Heaviest day pack ever.
We're taking all the recreational activity gear.
Like one of those inflatable men.
Our long hike brought us up to this wildly blue lake. Though our goal was to paddle and fish this lake, the stiff wind had other ideas. So all that weight that we hiked all the way up here was for naught. Instead, we turned our attention to...
So we have some salmon, crackers, cheese, bars, sandwiches. And I feel like we're gonna need all of this food. I'm so hungry. Give me that peanut butter, baby. That cheese, baby.
Give me that sun, baby.
Chilled by the wind and our excessive sweating from the hike up, we started our return journey.
I think I'm gonna try to like whisk it together with a fork and then really cream it up with the blender.
Really cream it up.
It's a scientific term, you know. I think I creamed it up without the blender. Seriously? Look at how good this looks. That looks pretty good.
You really creamed it up.
I really creamed it up.
first that have these. Oh, that's not too bad.
It's good.
Having fallen in love with the Harding ice field, we wanted to see it from a different perspective. We chartered a small boat to try to get a glimpse of a tidewater glacier. Tidewater glaciers are valley glaciers that flow all the way down to the ocean. However, the ocean was in an angry boil due to a storm. Our tiny boat was no match for the 8 to 11 foot seas. While being tossed around, we decided to spend the day exploring the protected waters of Resurrection Bay instead. We made our way to a small island and went ashore to have a look around. This spit protects these unique and no longer living trees. In 1964, a massive earthquake shook the Kenai Peninsula, causing the land to sink up to 10 feet in some areas. The roots of these trees were then saturated with salt water, causing them to die, but also completely preserving them where they stood. Known as ghost trees, these peaceful relics stand as a haunting reminder of the devastating event. Once again, we found ourselves stuffing our worldly possessions into our packs for another backcountry trip.
Sleeping
This time we are packing for a trip unlike any other we've been on. My sister-in-law Julie was drawn from a lottery-based system to hunt a mountain goat in a remote valley of the Kenai Peninsula. The hunt required being dropped into the backcountry by a float plane and then picked up days later with or without a goat. They asked if we wanted to tag along. It was a rare opportunity to gain access to a place that we'd otherwise have no way of getting to. Oh, and because we love to spend time with them, obviously.
So this is kind of all the leftover things from our refrigerator.
That's good.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Celebrating our anniversary in style.
Gas station burritos. I kind of love it though. It's so tasty, and it's also very us.
Not the type of road you find an airport down, but I guess we're taking a float plane.
Oh, and that's climbing gear.
Oh, it's climbing gear? Oh, sorry. Sorry, we don't need that one.
My turn. Thank you.
Potentially getting very wet.
Sorry.
Wave to the camera.
There is something special about flying in a float plane, and I think Leonardo da Vinci put it best. Once you have tasted flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward. For there you have been, and there you will always long to return. We spotted the lake that we'd call home for the next few days and gracefully descended towards the water for our landing. As soon as our gear was off the plane, the pilot lifted back into the sky, leaving us to our own devices. We got to work setting up our base camp. At one point, I hopped over to help Pat, my brother's friend and military colleague, to figure out how to set up his new tent, which he had been wrestling with for a while. It was reassuring to be in the presence of such accomplished and proficient military officers.
We can't move that very far.
Hug now all this green.
Once camp was settled, we ventured out to get the lay of the land.
It's a really good looking body of water.
Holy crap, yeah. I just want to stick a big straw in it. Just...
Having been thwarted our first attempt to take out our new pack raft, Owen decided to take her out for her maiden voyage.
Cool.
We decided to walk the lake we were camped on to get an idea of the terrain that laid down the valley. What we found left us excited to explore even deeper into this remote drainage. Eventually, we found a mountain goat high up on the mountain and spent a long time just observing it. And being wildly thankful to be able to see this rarely visited place. Owen and I walked back before the rest of the group to find a spot to take some anniversary photos. As I set up the camera, Owen and I reflected on our past anniversaries. Last year, we spent the special day summiting Tiwanaut in the Tetons. This year, we were here. Owen and I have always shared a kindred spirit for adventure. But with each passing year, our dreams get bigger. And so does our ability to make those dreams a reality. With the way that things are trending, it feels like together, nothing is impossible.
Heavy. I like that.
It's kind of like something I would enjoy.
Wow, that's a lot of this crystally stuff. There's that consistency I was looking for. Okay. So it's got like a nice moussey consistency.
I can hear the crunch.
Oh my god, I love it. So good. It's so good. I got boogers coming out. Oh my god, this is good. I heard a gunshot go off while Owen was yawning obnoxiously loud. I heard a second one about 10 minutes later, and I know we see the mountain go up on the hill, and it does appear that they got it. And so far all you can see is that they're trying to figure out how to get there, and they haven't yet. Our mission is I'm going to paddle the pack raft to the far end of the lake, which is about a mile, 1.2 miles. And then Owen and I are wanting to continue down to the end of the valley where a glacier intersects. It looks rad. So we're going to try to get there today. But I'm excited. This will be my maiden voyage in the boat getting across the lake. Luckily the wind's in my favor. Oh, I see Owen. At this rate with this wind, I feel like it's gonna be really easy.
Finally, after multiple miles of route finding, our destination came into view. Our progress was abruptly stopped by this drainage. After tracing the water's edge and probing the depth for well over an hour, fording the glacial fed stream was looking like more of a risk than we were willing to take on. The water was deep, moving too fast, and was wider than we felt comfortable jumping. Ultimately, we decided to turn back. Though we were disappointed, the decision came down to risk management. If anything were to happen, our only way out was via an airlift. Eric, Julie, and Pat were still high on the mountain when the weather took an unexpected turn. A fast-moving weather system moved into the valley, causing us to lose sight of the hunting party. It turned into an all-hands-on-deck effort to get everyone, all the gear, plus a goat off the mountain as the wind and driving rain came down on us.
Thank goodness it doesn't seem to be nearly as windy at camp because we have this hill to block us. So really looking forward to retrieving all that gear and coming back for the last time to camp today because this is demoralizing. This point. Oh, okay. I gotta swap gear and I gotta head back out.
Cold, tired, and in my case, soaked to the bone, it took multiple trips up and down the mountain to get everything back to camp.
One thing about our tent, it's really light, but there's not a lot of room to hang out in.
No. Al pastor with cilantro lime rice. I'm excited about this. You want beer?
Yeah. Beer me.
Beer you, for sure. You've earned it. There you go. Boom.
Thank
There you go. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my gosh, this tastes so good. Beer tastes so good when you earn it.
Yeah.
Wild day.
That day, I learned the hard way that my rain jacket was no longer waterproof. My gear failure left all of my warm layers wet, and with the storm raging outside, no way of drying them. I feared what the next few days would look like for me. The hunt was successful, but tough on Eric, Julie, and Pat, so they decided to stay at camp and recover.
Ready?
Yes.
Got too high.
Tell me when I'm allowed.
You're allowed.
Okay, I'll try again. Let me find another one.
Still wet and cold from the day before, my only option for warmth was to keep moving. Owen and I set off on our own for the day, this time heading up the valley. I was really beating myself up over the gear failure. I put a lot of care and research into our gear to prevent situations like this from ever happening. On this occasion, I really let myself down, and I could have put myself in a dangerous situation. The best I could do now was to keep my body temperature up, focus on morale, and learn from this mistake.
$1 mile to the lake.
From here.
Yeah.
Finally, we reached our intended destination. From our vantage point, the lake appeared to be the terminus of 3 glaciers. Before we left camp, using our inReach, we received a weather report that showed the following day would be our only weather window for a pickup for the foreseeable future. Even though we wanted to stay the full 5 days we'd planned on, we knew that we needed to take the small opening in the weather. Our trek felt as if it had been a journey through Middle Earth. We returned warmer than we had left, and with tales of a place where ice and water met.
I think it was like 8 miles. Everything is wet. Everything. And I have decided I need a new jacket.
Our last night in the tent.
I know. We're leaving early tomorrow. Apparently this area only gets 40 days of sun a year, and we've had like 1.5 of them. And so our window of opportunity to be picked up here is slim, so we have to take advantage of the good day tomorrow. I don't want to leave.
Yeah. It's been a good trip though.
Wet,
Yes.
but good.
Good night.
Can't.
Yeah, the texture is weird though. Our tentative pickup window was a few hours away. After waiting as long as possible to let our gear dry out, we got to work packing up our camp. Once all of our gear was crammed into our packs, we waited for our float plane to come over the horizon.
Water's so clear, it's deceptive. Like when I taxi right through there, it's like,
As the lake fell away from the plain, leaving our little slice of wet paradise behind, I couldn't help but feel like we had unfinished business out here. When we flew over the glacier we were unable to reach 2 days prior, I smiled. Unfinished business leaves me hungry for more. It's fuel to my fire. We returned to the Turnagain Arm so I could attempt to surf the Boar Tide after trying it a few weeks earlier. In our time away, I had been obsessively watching the wave forecast. Our return was timed perfectly with promising conditions. While suiting up in the parking lot, Greg, a fellow traveler, came over and introduced himself. After talking over strategy for catching the Boar Tide, we decided to head into the water together. Despite the surf report calling for good conditions, the wave had lost all of its power by the time it made it to us, leaving us with a long and challenging paddle back to the parking lot. Though neither of us were satisfied with our attempt, it was nice to be in the water with Greg and to have somebody to share the experience with. So, we agreed to meet up the following day and give it another try. Before we'd even made it into the water, we had a sneaking suspicion that the wave would be better this time due to the number of people that showed up to surf.
Bye. Let's start.
This time, we were in luck. A wave, not a big one, but a wave nonetheless, came marching towards us, giving us plenty of time to overthink where we were lined up for the wave. Side by side, Greg and I caught the wave and rode it on our bellies for a while, trying to assess if it had enough power to hold us once we stood. As you can see, it didn't. Feeling a little defeated, I started the long paddle back to shore. Thankfully, Greg, on his more buoyant board, was able to stand up and get a long ride.
I got greedy. I could have stayed on the whole time. I just don't think that this board has enough buoyancy. That's still so fun though.
After multiple attempts, it was clear that my board was out of place among the longboards and SUPs that people were having success with. Greg generously gifted me his board in hopes it would give me the buoyancy I needed for my last attempt.
Finally, I'd done it. One of those tiny people riding the wave is me. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't fancy, and it wasn't even on my own board, but I'd surfed the boar tide. Ever since I learned of this wave's existence 15 years ago, I've wanted to experience it for myself. But, like anything in life, teenage goals either change or fall to the wayside as life goes on. As if the boar tide had a gravitational pull on my life, all the small and unrelated decisions that I've made over the years led me to it. That day, I made Teenage Mac very proud.
Good job. You did it.
I love surfing because it's an intimate way to celebrate the water, and in this case, a rare natural phenomenon. My hunger to get to know this wave gave me the chance to see what glacial silt-laden water looks like as it washed over my board. Not only did I know that the board tide advances at 24 miles per hour, but now I knew what it felt like to move with it. Sitting on my board, day after day, I was able to take in the landscape in one of the most breathtaking places anyone could have the pleasure of surfing. As if all of those things weren't incredible enough, the beluga whales routinely followed the boar tide into the Turnagain Arm to chase after migrating salmon. After a failed attempt to see a sea glacier in Seward, we decided to head back to Whittier to try in the calm and protected waters of Prince William Sound.
Wow, they've rolled out the red carpet for us.
Yeah, I know.
Not only was our boat stable, it was fast. 36 knots kind of fast. No wonder we were going to be able to see 26 glaciers and cover an impressive 140 miles in just 5 hours. Prince William Sound has one of the world's largest concentration of tidewater glaciers. This is Blackstone Glacier. From the Sound, the glacier extends 7 miles into the Chugach Mountains. It is said that 200 years ago, this glacier reached another 5 miles into the water. Now, the glacier's terminus reaches over the land's edge in 2 separate places, and this is just one of them. Much to our delight, we came across a stellar sea lion rookery. These lounging beauties come to rookeries like these to raise their new pups that came into the world just a few months earlier. Despite the boat having heated interior space, we spent most of our time out on the deck in the wind and rain. It's a rare and special opportunity to see a place like this. Putting just a pane of glass between us and the view felt like more separation than we could bear. This behemoth of ice is Harvard Glacier. The toe of the glacier measures an impressive 1.5 miles wide, where it calves into College Fjord. The ice is 300 feet thick and covers over 120,000 acres of Chugach National Forest. As we stood on the bow of the ship taking it all in, we saw the ice calving off the glacier with so much force you could feel it like thunder. This glacier is one of the most captivating things we've ever had the pleasure of seeing. Owen and I were already in agreement that our mission to see a tidewater glacier was well worth the effort and multiple attempts.
My dinner creation and my laundry creation. Everything we own is wet. So this is my solution to try to dry out a bunch of things all at once. How is it?
I don't know.
I think you have peanut sauce all over your chin. Other side. Other side. There you go.
That's how good it is.
There you go.
Before taking the tunnel out of Whittier, we stopped in Emerald Cove where we found the water teeming with spawning salmon. These are pink salmon, also known as humpies for the hump the males develop before spawning. They arrive here from thousands of miles away to reach the waters they were born in to reproduce. By the time they get here, they're no longer eating. Deteriorating alive, they're solely driven to fulfill their final duty, spawning. Some will make it to their spawning grounds, but many won't. Their bodies will go on to provide nourishment for the seagulls and other opportunistic terrestrial animals. As they decompose, they'll create vital nutrients for the plants that line the water from whence they came. These salmon are essential to the health of the entire ecosystem that they're a part of. The circle of life was both ending and beginning right before our eyes. It was impossible not to relish in the interconnectivity of the world that we live in. Our time was drawing to an end on the Kenai Peninsula. After a month of jumping from town to town and exploring the space in between, we'd completely fallen in love with this part of Alaska. The Kenai Peninsula is home to a unique landscape of mountains, ocean, and the water in between. Though we were sad to be leaving, we'll be back someday, and I think it'll be sooner rather than later. So we just stopped for malasadas, which are kind of like a Hawaiian version of a donut. Ooh, look at those beauties. We should have gotten a whole box of guava and cream. Ooh, that's so good. We were headed northeast, making our way to a new area of Alaska. Many hours of driving later, we finally arrived at the edge of a unique town. Here, you can't simply drive into town. You can get close, but then you have to go the rest of the distance on foot. Or you can take the local bus that picks you up on the other side of the Kennecott River Bridge for a small fee. This is the town of McCarthy, Alaska. McCarthy is known by the rest of the state as being small but rambunctious, thanks to its tiny but active nightlife. It took us all of 10 minutes to explore the entirety of downtown McCarthy. So we found ourselves a beer and started planning how we wanted to explore the area. Back at camp, we got a lovely and unexpected visit from our friends who we haven't seen in years.
we were happy to wake up to better weather. We ventured past McCarthy, through the old mining camp of Kennecott, and a few miles down trail to access Root Glacier. Welcome back to a glacier. We were spending the day exploring the terrain of Root Glacier, but we were also working on a bit of a side quest. We wanted to find a pool of water on the ice, suitable for a polar bear plunge. It's cold.
Big bites.
Saw that.
Having searched the ice for a few hours, we found a pool that would be perfect for our plunge. Earlier that day, we made reservations to take a tour of the Kennecott mining operation. Cutting it close, we raced back into town and promised to return the next day to complete Operation Polar Bear Plunge. Kennecott was a massive copper mining operation between the years of 1909 and 1938. This building is an impressive 14-story concentration mill for the mines that were located 5 miles away in the mountains. We had a hard time making sense of the tangle of machinery despite the detailed descriptions from our tour guide. However, it was fascinating to see the detailed craftsmanship and ingenuity. It was a perfect day for a polar bear plunge. We made our way through town and out to the ice to find our pool.
Look at that body.
Oh boy.
Are you nervous?
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Oh, I looked at it.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Reach the whale. Wasn't as bad as I expected.
Okay, good.
Honestly. I mean, you're in and out in a second.
Two, three.
You okay?
Yeah, it feels so good.
Before I knew it, I was standing on the ice again. Just seconds before, on the edge of the pool, the rest of the world just melted away. It was just me and the water, a color so alluring I needed to be in it. An unimaginable heat swept over my entire body. I felt so wildly alive.
So cold, so tasty though.
We had plans to venture deeper into the glacier after our dip, but when it was over, we felt completely content. Instead, we basked in the glory of a beautiful day in an incredible place.
Tasty.
Yeah.
I like to savor them.
Is that what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Before getting on the road, we stopped for a celebratory beer. Well, anyways. Seemingly overnight, the leaves on the trees changed colors, and a new chill rolled in on the wind. Ready or not, the seasons were quickly changing. It was a cruel reminder that we'd soon be leaving, to migrate south for the winter. We weren't ready, but I'm not sure we'd ever be. We relocated to a spot with views of Mount Drum, which is a stratovolcano in the Wrangell Mountains. Okay. So for dinner, we have marinated ahi tuna, rice, pickled cucumber, green onion, spring roll. I'm stoked on this. This is good. Very proud of this little innovation. Yeah, this is good.
You're going right now.
45 minutes. It's a big boy. So hopefully the clouds don't move too fast.
As day faded into night, we retired to the camper. While framing up a shot for one last time lapse, Owen realized that the aurora was on full display. You never forget the first time you see the aurora borealis.
38 miles away.
The time had come for us to start making our way out of Alaska, which was no small task. Knowing we had days and possibly weeks of long drives ahead of us, we wanted to find an off-highway adventure to break up the drive. While scouring the map on Onyx, we found a 4x4 road that piqued our interest. We studied the satellite imagery, completely fixated by the terrain it wandered into. Knowing that we'd be far from service, we came prepared with our map saved offline.
Alright, so we're gonna start taking this dirt road here.
It's so wild to be here after looking at this road for so long on the map.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We turned off the highway to see where this unique-looking road would take us. This beautiful road caught our eye on Onyx because it traced the edge of Canwell Glacier. We knew somewhere down it was a quiet place to camp so we could spend the evening taking in the procession of ice. Detours like this are easy to miss, which makes them such a treat when you find them. If we've learned anything in our time on the road, it's that the right tools can help you gain access to a world you didn't know existed. Owen and I settled in for our evening plans of soaking in the view. We woke up early to unexpected rain. Unsure of how the road would hold up, we rolled off the mountain at the delightful hour of 6 a.m. We took it as a sign to start making our way towards our final destination in Alaska. Groggy, we set out on a little roadside hike. Only to realize we hiked out on the wrong side of the creek once we got to our destination. Whoops. We spent our final days in Alaska visiting with my whole family, who happened to all be in Fairbanks at the same time. It was refreshing to be surrounded by loved ones for a few days, and a welcome distraction from the inevitable. It was hard to imagine leaving Alaska, even though we'd already put it into motion. Just left a clinic and got our COVID test. We are COVID-free, which hopefully means that we should be able to be across the border without too much of an issue tomorrow. Just shy of the US and Canadian border, we stopped for the night and watched the last light of day drain from the sky. We couldn't have asked for a better last morning in Alaska. So we took our time soaking it in before getting on the road. Originally, we had planned to take our time through Canada. But winter was fast approaching, and so were dates for important obligations that required us to compress our timeline. Now, all that laid between us and the lower 48 was about 2,000 miles, 33 long hours of driving, and only 10 days to do it in. And just like that, we were gone. When we drove through the Yukon on our way north a few months prior, we passed Lake Kluane and swore we would stop on our way south. Wanting to enjoy the nice weather, we decided to spend a few days sitting still. Lake Kluane was peaceful and put on an impressive night sky, something we hadn't seen much of over the summer. I really love it. Oh.
It might be a struggle to get back here with the wind blowing the way it is.
Oh my.
Steinbeck wrote in Travels with Charlie that a trip rarely concludes when it physically ends. Instead, trips end well before or carry on long after the physical journey comes to an end. It's something that takes time and hindsight to see. Our journey wasn't physically over, but to the both of us, it had come to an end the night we camped alongside Canwell Glacier. In 1942, Army engineers were building the Alcan Highway. During construction, a homesick officer added a sign with the distance to his hometown in Illinois. Ever since, people passing through Watson Lake have added their own signs. We saw signs from Laos, Mexico, Germany, Japan, Tasmania, China, Austria, Argentina, and beyond. There were signs to commemorate weddings, lost loved ones, and to document grand adventures. In all honesty, I thought the sign forest was going to be hokey, like many roadside attractions are. But as we walked through over 50,000 signs and were immersed in everyone's messages, it felt like something else entirely. I felt an overwhelming sense of optimism. The signpost forest has become a shrine to curiosity and the desire to get to know the world. And what's not to love about that? Canadian burrito from good old Timmy Hort's. It looks a little different than the picture. The food came all the way out. As we made our way into British Columbia, we began to see signs of familiar landscapes. Dry, arid plains with steep rock outcroppings, reminiscent of those in Montana and Wyoming. It was weirdly comforting. Got a pizza for to go, but I can tell you it's not gonna go very far. Oh, yes. Good choice, Owen. With days of long drives behind us, we were in desperate need of a break from sitting. We made good time getting to Squamish and wanted to do one last thing before crossing back into the States. We settled on a steep hike to gain views of the Sound below. Mid-hike pizza. That's a real vibe. The weather matched our mood as we made our way to the border. The long drive south had given us the opportunity to sit with the experiences we had had over the last few months. It allowed us to turn them over in our minds as the miles ticked by. One thing is certain. Alaska had fully imprinted itself on us, giving us a place to revisit in our minds. In the quiet moments in life, we'll return to watch the Bears fish Brooks Falls. We'll be waiting for Denali to make her appearance from the clouds. I'll make my way into the waters of the Turnagain Arm to surf. Owen will be left speechless in an ice cave. We'll watch the Northern Lights for the first time, over and over again. We'll carry Alaska with us no matter where we go from here. April 8th, 2022. The French novelist Marcel Proust wrote, "The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes." Travel changes the way that we see and understand the world and ourselves. We started this journey lost, frustrated, and grieving. Somewhere out there in the vastness of Alaska, we found ourselves. I thought it was that simple, but there's a lot more to it. Our journey didn't end on the edge of Canwell Glacier. After re-examining our time in Alaska, we know that our journey is just now coming to an end. We're walking away with a better understanding of who we are, what's important to us, and what we want to do with our lives. You can see my house from here.